Hello, everybody. Hey, CryptoCode. Uh, I'm excited to invest my skills in Zig, but since it's still under active development and hasn't reached V1, I've decided to wait and learn 8 once a stable release is available. Fair. It's going to be a while. Be aware. We're not going to tag 1.0 anytime soon. So uh, you can wait, but you will miss out. Okay, so tea is brewing. So I'm waiting for the tea to be ready. Hello, Penguin. Okay, hello, everybody. So we're gonna start a bit earlier today compared to the other days. And I'm gonna continue the work that I was doing yesterday. When I was doing stuff yesterday, I was pointing out that our refactoring was in need, like we were in need of a refactoring, and I I've narrowed down a few of the things that we definitely want to do for sure. So I moved some code around. Nothing works right now. Everything is broken. But yeah, I know the path. So I know the path to make at least one small improvement. So let's go do that. That being said, I do wonder what upserting multiple rows looks like in SQLite. Is there a way for a multi-line upsert? Instead of insert values, insert select. Insert into table name, select union all, on conflict ID to update. Or with row values instead of union all. With CTE as values, insert into table name, select star from CTE. Oh, so you can do this stuff where one. Okay, so you can do insert off of values or insert off of a select. Man, there was so much SQL that I didn't know about. I don't know if this is actually standard SQL or like SQLite specific thing, but interesting. Oh yeah, because they were saying that upserts are not normal SQL, so that's why I probably never learn this stuff. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. Do. Uh, so insert into select star from CTE. Man, I have to say, this language is ass though. Like, it's I don't know. It's ass. It's real ass. Like, it's not immediately obvious how you're allowed to compose things together, and then because it's declarative this way, you have no fucking clue about which one is better than the other. I guess you can use explain. I guess I need to learn how to use explain. No matter what it is that you do, you have to learn some bullshit thing. Okay, it's okay. So what are we doing here? Did you consider any alternatives to SQL? Um, Such as, because I want the database to be embedded. I don't want to run an alternative like a separate service, if possible. Um, what are the alternatives? Like Mongo? I fucking hate Mongo. Like, I would rather serialize stuff manually on plain text files. I would rather write down my database as a CSV file. I would rather have a directory with one file per row, one subdirectory per table, and one file per row, rather than to use fucking MongoDB. Actually, you know what? I would upload every single row as a YouTube comment and then use Google's horrendous APIs to fetch the data back rather than use MongoDB. This last one might be an hyperbole, but like, man, I just cannot use MongoDB. Um, when I used to work at Redis Labs, at some point there were a bunch of MongoDB employees, like MongoDB people got hired at Redis Labs, and I don't know. I remember having discussions where I would try to explain how bad MongoDB was. They didn't care though. uh, oh well. A document database. You know, there was a good one. There is one that I like. Unfortunately, the startup that was making it failed for some weird reason, and now they open sourced it, but the open source version is like, you know, kind of dead because they maintain it, but they don't really develop it much. So it was Rethink DB. That, in my opinion, was a good document database. I'm sure there are probably it had probably like if you were to try and use it now, you would maybe hit horrendous issues. I'm not saying that it's perfect or like necessarily giga high quality, but like MongoDB is bottom of the barrel when it comes to quality and, well, everything basically. So I would definitely try that one. Problem is it's a separate service, and it's also it has support like for clustering, that kind of stuff. So it's overkill for an application of this kind. What I wish is that, I don't know, if SQLite had um an interface that didn't require you to go through SQL. Maybe, I don't know how realistic that is. You know what? I just need to accept how things are and learn SQL. Okay, let's okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna sip my tea a little bit as I warm up, and we're gonna start with the refactoring. You can use any KV store in theory, yes, but man, if we get rid of SQL and like downgrade just a straight up key value store, oof, I don't know. We made our life much harder at that point, I think. You know what? One thing that I should learn maybe at some point is what it is that SQL extensions can do, like modules, because you can load modules into SQLite. And so I wonder if you could make an SQLite module that basically um, that can accelerate these things. We'll see. Okay. So what are we doing here? So this sync function previously was somewhere else, and I think that I found its home inside of host. So the idea is that the workflow for the client is network receives a host sync message from the network, uh, which then gets mapped to calling the function host sync, and sorry, I should do. So we receive a host sync message. We enqueue host sync into the core message queue. The core message queue picks it up, calls the handling function, which has the same name. And then the handling function, this I changed slightly. Previously was like slightly more convoluted for no reason. So the host sync function knows what the host ID is, grabs it from our list of hosts, and we assume that the host has to be present because these are IDs that we generated ourselves. So we don't expect to receive an update for a host that doesn't exist. Now you could leave hosts, but the idea is that um, you you shouldn't be able to, like, when you try to delete. So none of this stuff is implemented, but I would imagine that when we implement host deletion, we should be able to clean up everything related to that host. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe an update could be stuck in the queue. So maybe this shouldn't be a catch unreachable. Maybe this should be a silent drop. You know what? Let's turn this into a silent drop, or else log.debug received update for host that doesn't exist, dropping it. And then here we do hs.host. Oh, we can do hs.init directly. Okay. What? So this selects this. Well, it's because it's the wrong syntax, I guess. Man. Um, core.gpa, I guess. And we return. You know what? This structure is kind of ass. We want to do the opposite, I think. If host there we go. So if the host is present, we sync it. Otherwise, we pointed out that this happened, and then we the init it, and that's where the story ends. Okay, so this is fine. I'm gonna leave a comment. Not considering this programming error because it seems possible for a message to be stuck in the queue while the host is being deleted by the user. Well, this host. Okay. So this calls then host sync, and host sync accepts has itself and a delta, which is another host. The idea though is that this host, I might end up having a dedicated type for it, but for now, this seems fine, at least as a starting point. The idea is that this delta will contain not everything. Yeah, I think we're gonna need. I really think we're gonna need to have a dedicated type at some point. But for now, for now, it's fine. So, how does this work? Um, ignoring hosting for hosting we must have deleted. Oh, I see. I had this logic here before. So this is not how it works anymore. Here I was like swapping my internal host data structure with this other one, and we're not gonna do that anymore. So we're not gonna do that anymore. Also, we keep all the client connection. So clearly, I would say that clearly we don't want to. Yeah, we're keeping. Wait, what am I doing? I'm copying old client in its entirety, and then I'm copying all the identity. What? Okay, so this is dumb. Why do I not? Oh, I replace my user ID with what the server tells me is. Oh, because we were also passing, or previously we were also passing down the user ID. Because we were passing a host connection. Okay, let's pass down user ID then. So this becomes user ID. And that means that in here we have to do hs.userid. That's the other field. Okay. Then we were. Why? Okay. Clearly, this is fine. This is dumb. This is fine. This we need to replace. Okay. So let's start with this. Hopefully, this old client bullshit we can get rid of entirely. You know what? I'm going to leave this here because it is something that has to happen early, but I think we're going to be able to get rid of it. So how does this work? Copy over the name. Then users. So for delta.users dot items, what's items? Array hash map unmanaged. Oh, it's an array hash map. We really need a dedicated type for this. But it's fine. So for items, then we can do dot values. What is this editor? My editor is flowcontrol.dev. So for each one of these users, what do we want to do? It's either a new user or it is a user that we need to upsert. You know what? I'm going to leave this pending for now. I'm going to come back to this later because I was dealing with, no worries. I was dealing with channels and messages earlier. So let's do the channels and messages workflow first, because that's the one that I was focusing on. So and then after we finish this, we just want to replicate the same approach to user. It's just that this is just lagging a little bit behind, like the rest of the stuff that I would have to do in the body of this for loop. So let's do channels. Delta channels items values. So these are all channels. And again, either I have this channel or I don't. So I need to have upsert logic for these channels. So that means I need to do host dot channels dot I guess sync. Let me think about it for a second. Do I call a function called sync, or do I do the operation directly? So I could try to get it, and then if it is not present, also guess what's the problem with this? We are leaking memory. We need to free the old name. Shit, we don't even have a GPA. We need a GPA. Free host name. I'm gonna put this in a namespace, in a scope, because this is like the host metadata, in a sense. So so for channels, I think I'm gonna create sync at this point. But you know what the problem is with this approach, again, is that if I do it on channels, so either here I do the fetching and the updating, or if it is, if I do this on channels, then I want to give all these entries to channels. Let's see. For now, I think it's unnecessary. Let's do more work here. So the idea is if host.channels.get ch.id. So our channel just call it ch. So what do we do at this point? What's in a channel? There's a name, and then there's kind. I think channel needs sync, because channel has to know how to, how do you update the thing itself. I think we need to give it sync. So for example, it needs to do c gpa.free c.name c.name equals new.name, and then it needs to dispatch to kind. I think, and then I think it needs to do After that, c.kind.sync GPA new. GPA new. Oh, this is funny. What if a channel were to change kind? Uh, I think we should not consider that a possibility. Channels should not be allowed to change kind. Or rather, we could try to support it, but it seems just a lot of pain for no reason. So now we do new dot kind by pointer, and so we delegate down. So what's kind? This is kind. So kind currently doesn't have this. So pub function sync uh kind GPA allocator. To be honest, I'm not sure if it's worth putting it here. Hmm. Let me think about it for a second. Hmm. I think this is fine. Why Awebo out of any name? Go to YouTube, search Awebo, open any video with a white bird with red eyebrows, and have your audio turned on. Tell me if you understand it then. Um, in line else, what do we call this? Let's call it this. Let's call this kind. Let's call this K. And then we do the pointer, and then we do K dot sync GPA new. Okay, so basically we dispatch to the concrete implementation. So for voice, this is gonna look kind of like this. So for voice, sync looks like. Oh, we're also missing the database. Yeah, we're gonna need also to pass around the database. Um, so this is gonna be voice. Allocator. New const kind. Yeah. Um. This is mostly an op in our case. For now, because voice doesn't have any state in it that's special. Although this is gonna change in the future for sure. And then we do just assert new equals dot voice. Yeah. So it's mostly an op for this guy. For chat, that's very different. Chat needs to have its own sync, which it does, I believe, because I think I was working on it. Yeah, here's sync. Okay, so this guy has it. Um, it does not have the signature that I was hoping it would have, but it's fine. That signature, I'm gonna fix that signature. Are there fun cases where a client sends an edit on a message a mode has deleted? Um, Yeah, potentially, yes, it could happen. But if we receive a message that tries to edit a message that we can't find in the database, we'll just reply with an error and call it a day. Like, at the end of the day, either when the edit request comes in, either the message is in the database or is not, and there shouldn't be any in between. Okay, I'm very happy with how this is shaping up at the higher levels. So the way we started it from core, this is good. This is good. Then host sync does this, and then for each channel, if the channel is present, called ch.sync passes down GPA host.db dot client well db, we have it here, db, and then new ch. So this is good. Then channel.sync GPA DB database. We don't even have a Awebo in here. Oh no, we are a Awebo. What am I saying? Database. Import database.zig. Right next to us. Okay. Which makes us dispatch to the union, which makes us dispatch to the concrete implementation, which makes us go into voice, where we don't care also about the database either. Okay. Which makes us go into chat. And in chat, here I have sync. Oh, I see what the problem is. Here I have sync on the message window. But we don't want to sync on the message window. We want to sync on the outer type. So I'm going to move this out under the init. So this sync is going to be chat. We're going to need chat ID, right? We're going to need the database. So we're going to need also GPA. We're going to need DB database. Then we're going to need chat ID. And then we're not going to receive messages, but we're going to receive the other chat channel, new chat. Okay, so this is what the interface is going to look like. Oh man, okay, this is making so much sense. Like, it's almost like this whole thing is like solving itself. By coding the flow top down, I'm like, I feel like I'm much more natural in how these things are happening. So what's going on in here? In here, the problem is that when we go from a channel to a concrete implementation, it's only the outer thing that knows the channel ID, but we're gonna need it also inside. So we need to pass it down. So when we call sync here, ckind sync, we want to do cndb then c.id. We want to pass down also channel ID. So voice again is not gonna care. I'm gonna add a comma in here. Channel ID, or well, just ID, I guess. We already have good types for this stuff, so we don't need to be too descriptive with names. And then we go into chat and we do the same. Oh, we're already doing it. So sync has all this stuff. Okay, so this is pretty good. Okay, this is really pretty good. Now we need to make sure to have freeze that makes sense. So in channel, as I was saying, we're freeing name, which is the only thing. Unfortunately, here's the problem with the init. This the init is like very recursive. I kind of would like to be able to init the channel. Like there's some redundancy between this and this, right? Because if I had like a shallow init, I would just call the shallow init, and then you know what? Maybe that's how we should do it. We should have shallow init. Shallow init, which contains this, and then the init calls shallow init, and then in here we also call shallow init, and then we do the any assignment that needs to be done. This is actually a decent strat. And if in the future we have more stuff that needs to be deinted, which doesn't pertain other types, other complex types, then we just put this in shallow init. I think this is good. Then here when we do sync on again, voice doesn't do anything. Chat only has messages, so it only has the complicated stuff. So that is fine. To be fair, I could have left this sync implementation inside message window, and I could have just like called it from an outer sync, but I mean it's the same file. It's not the same type, but it's the same file. Like whether it's a little bit above, a little bit below, it doesn't really change anything. So okay, now we need to get access to messages. Basically, this is almost okay. We have DB. We're doing the upsert. So we're doing the upsert, but we're not being very good at updating our state right now because we're saving the new state in the database, but we're not updating ourselves, and we need to update ourselves. So how do we do this? Actually, what do we do first? Do we update first the database? Do we update first ourselves? This is where things become complicated because it's messages, and they also have another need. They need to limit themselves to 64 messages or something like that, whatever the window size is. I have a constant for it. So the idea is we receive these updates. It could be that there is there's like one new message in there, or there could be 50 new messages, sorry, 64 new messages. So we either flush everything, or we either we flush everything, or we or we just want to append like a new thing. This is where this thing can be improved significantly. Like this, what I'm doing here is like really inefficient, like really inefficient. So honestly, what I would do, I think, is just and then we need to understand: is this something that fuck? I think. So let's assume that this only sends us new stuff. I think that what we do is we just append these things one by one. We do new message. What's it called? Do we have new message? It's new. We do messages dot new for each one of these guys. Oh, but this also tries to do the query. Ah, hmm. You know what? I'm thinking that the message upsert stuff, upsert stuff is wrong in this sense. It's not entirely wrong. And if we have, once we start supporting message editing, we'll need to have some sort of upsertion. But here's what we're gonna do. Let's do the simple case. The simple case is just new messages. There is no support for it. Like right now, you have no way of editing a message. So let's assume that it cannot happen. So what I would do is empty the messages table, or rather, not empty it completely, but delete all messages connected to this channel and insert them one by one. Again, not efficient, but mechanically correct. So not this either. I'm gonna leave it here commented in case we need that at some point. But the idea is uh clear query. Delete from messages where channel equals question mark. And then we do db connection exec clear query. And we pass down chat ID. So we reset the table. Then wait, I'm saying something stupid again. No, we don't do this because okay, wait. God damn it. The new thing is the delta. It's not a replacement for what we had before. It's something that needs to be added afterwards. So we don't clear the table. No, we insert the new messages and then we kind of trim extra entries after the fact. That's what we want to do. And the same. Okay, so okay. So this is for now just messages is gonna be new dot messages dot slices for message. Oh well, let's call this slices. So for slices, there's a message, and then we do chat.messages.new push new. Where's new? Oh, new. This is namespace wrong. This needs to be outside. So chat.new new message. Or you know what? Maybe we keep this new. We keep this new, and this becomes new chat, I guess. Okay. New GPA chat ID DB message. There we go. Oh, here's what's missing. Okay, so here's how we make this work. Again, very inefficient, but correct. Is I'm gonna comment this out for a moment. We'll probably have to circle back to this at some point. But here's how we do it. When we de-init a message in here, where is it? New puts the query and then calls messages add. Messages add calls push new. Push new calls the init if the thing needs to be de-inited. But you know what? this also needs to nuke from the message from the database. So we need db database. So the question is, do we do the operation in here or do we put this inside of the init? I'm kind of scared of wiring the database to the init. So I'm just going to do it in here. And I'm going to say, so push new needs a database. Or does it? We could avoid pushing this stuff this deep. Probably if we no, but we cannot do it here because this is the only one that recognizes that knows where the idea of what's going to be deleted is. Yeah, this is kind of the natural place for this operation. So this needs to pass down the database as well. Okay. So to recap, we get new messages in our sync thing. Every message that we receive gets added. We call new. New does the insert. New does the insert. Then we call messages add. It's almost it's, you know what? This also makes me think that add should be the thing that calls this query, doesn't it? I mean, this thing has database. So what is the point of this new function, right? So let's cut this out. Going to add. If not found existing, push new. And then we have this guy also do this. But this guy doesn't know the chat ID. So the piece of information that now we lost is the chat ID. That is wrong and dumb. Because that is wrong and dumb because messages have this information. Although no, they do it for now, but I think I want to delete this. Like I want to delete from message. I want to delete this. So yeah. So if we do this here, then we need to push down also chat ID. Is this a good idea? Is this a good idea? Yes. I would say yes. I would say yes. So new doesn't exist anymore. So this is going to be chat.messages.add. Push new. Do the sync updates run under a transaction? Currently, no. Should they? Yes. Definitely they should. You're right. Absolutely. They should all be a transaction. Uh, but given how we're structuring this, it shouldn't be hard, right, to make this happen. So it's just this db dot connection dot exclusive transaction uh exclusive transaction versus transaction. What's in here? Begin exclusive versus begin. Let's go take a look at what's the difference. SQL syntax. Begin transaction. Begin. Wait a second. Oh, you can omit a transaction. That is so funny. Why, man? Oh, fine, whatever. Begin deferred immediate exclusive. Okay, what does it do? No reads or writes occur except within a transaction. Any command that accesses the database, basically any SQL command except for a few pragma statements, will automatically start a transaction. If one is not already in effect, automatically started transactions are committed when the last SQL statement finishes. Transactions can be started manually. Using the begin command, such transactions usually persist until the next commit or rollback command, but a transaction will also roll back if the database is closed or if an error occurs and the rollback conflict resolution algorithm is specified. See the documentation on conflict. You can do on conflict here. Rollback transaction to save point name, commit or end. Okay. End translation. Oh, sorry. End transaction is an alias for commit. Fine. Let's see. Transactions created using begin commit do not nest. Oh, so the fact that they do not nest means that these, yeah, right. This transaction needs to be. This is not the right layer. We need to do it much higher above. So we need to do this when we're handling host update in here. So host sync. This is where I think we need to do the uh, the the transaction. Yeah. And I refer that rolls back. Uh, mm, oh my god. If something goes wrong in the SQL in the database update code, something went really wrong. It's a programming error. So we shouldn't have RDFers. We should have just straight up crashes because something went really wrong. I am thinking that the only situation where it's not a programming error and we could really try to recover is out of memory and out of disk space. These are the only two situations that I can think of where, yeah, it would make sense to try and roll back. But I would also say those are like fairly edge cases. And in our case here, this is cached data. This is data that you can lose. So what I would do is I guess what we could do is keep if it, in the case of I don't know, let's just crash for now. In the case of out of disk space, what we could do is keep operating but without the database. So we just, you know what, we just straight up flush the database, like we delete the database file and we switch into operating without using baking database. And so the application can keep running, but it doesn't cache anything on disk. And so once you close it, it will have to reload everything, but at least you can continue operating. But I would say that that's an improvement that we can make in the future. Like it's such an edge case. Okay, I haven't learned the difference between exclusive versus not exclusive things. Transactions can be deferred, immediate, or exclusive. The default transaction behavior is deferred. Defer means that the transaction does not actually start until the database is first accessed. Internally, the begin defer statement merely sets a flag on the database connection that turns off the automatic commit that would normally occur when the last statement finishes. This causes the transaction that is automatically started to persist until an explicit command rollback or until a rollback is provoked by an error or a conflict cause. If the first statement after begin deferred is a select, then a read transaction is started. Immediate causes the database connection to start a new write immediately without waiting for a write statement. The begin immediate might fail with SQLite busy if another transaction is already active on another database connection. Exclusive is similar to immediate, are the same in wall mode, but on other journaling modes, exclusive prevents other database connections from reading the database while the transaction is underway. So I guess a normal transaction is fine for us, I think. So transaction in host, and then we do, I guess this is a try necessarily, and then this is commit. There we go. I think this is the right place at the very top of the operation. Like every high level operation that we have needs to have these decoration around it. We could push this inside sync, but then what if we do more shit? So yeah, no. Okay. So this is fine for now. This doesn't seem to be able to return an error, but it has to. Actually, wait, does it have to? I think it has to. Well, we are doing fatal on database connections. You know what? Actually, it doesn't have to be tryable because the memory was already allocated for all the new things, actually. So, well, this is not true for everything, but we'll see. Okay, so let's recap. Now we do channel synchronization. Channel synchronization does a shallow D init, assigns the new name, then actually it could even no, that is fine. Shallow D init does this. Then sync on the specific kind. I think here we're missing the channel ID. Here we're passing it down, but here we're not receiving it. So okay, and this goes to voice. Indeed, goes to chat. Down here, indeed. Pass it down, add messages. This has to be tried though. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna need to make these things tryable, all of them, for sure. Okay, so this sync works like this. Let's see, add, as we were saying, does this, then calls push new. Push new returns a usize. Yes, because this is a buffer, a pre-allocated buffer, so this doesn't, it's not like an array list that gets extended, so this guy doesn't, this cannot fail. This is the only thing that can fail right now. And to be honest, I'm not really sold on the existence of this index. I think we might be able to drop it, but we'll see at that point. So um so this kind of makes sense. I guess now we can go back up to host and say, okay, so we're technically updating users. We're not really doing it, but fine. We're updating channels, which includes also updating messages. What else is there for us to update? Nothing else really. It's just channels and users. So we program users and we're kind of done. Here also we could do a shallow the init. Look at also there's the logo thing that we're not doing. We should start doing. Um and then we don't touch any of this shit. And then we just update user ID and synced. Actually, we could even do this stuff like right away. Internal state update. Yeah. Now, we need to also do this. Also, it's the same for channels. We need the query that updates the shallow channel information, right? Okay, so these queries, like they still need to exist. They just need to be moved. Okay, so we fix those things, and we should be in a pretty good position. We're not going to be able to compile right away, also because it was messing with dates. But we should be close. Give me a sec. Just quick bathroom break, and then I'll continue. Okay, I'm back. Okay, we were saying that we have done proper synchronization with the database for some things, but not for everything. So this is let's call it like the shallow update in the database. So this is for users, and this is for channels. So, oh, that is interesting. If we were to try and do this stuff in bulk properly, we kind of would want to have this thing be one layer above. Like what I mean by this is just like channel chat updates messages potentially in bulk. Right now it doesn't. Right now it just does a for loop. But we are setting ourselves up for being able to do this stuff in bulk. Like this is why I have not given I don't have like message.sync. I have chat.sync to synchronize messages. Now, you could argue that this sync thing here should also synchronize the channel itself, and it could, but that would be the equivalent of having an individual message synchronize itself. So maybe we could even call these like sync messages. Oh, but if we did, then we would break the metaprogramming. So we don't do that. Um, synchronizes messages in bulk. C host C awebo.host sync for code that updates other channel metadata. Uh, is this true of this? You could argue that this should be said more of channel.sync than anything else. Hmm. So the new channel might have different privacy and different, not different kind, but privacy equals new.privacy. And so we do need to do this assignment. I really think that this stuff would benefit from a SOA approach, although who knows. Okay, so this is correct, but we're not doing database synchronization. And I was saying that probably host is the right place where to do this. So this goes in here basically. Insert into host key value, value's name, blah, blah, blah. Hmm. Yeah, we need an assert. Okay, so the outer scope is not a bad idea since we have a query that we keep around. Comma, no comma. But in here we do assert. In here. Actually, what is else? So we're missing the else branch in case that the channel is new. If it is a new channel, then we want to copy over. Hmm. Have create. Okay, we don't know what to do here. I have to think about it for a second. Is that Z editor? No. I'm in a terminal. Have we moved away from Helix? I have. I still use Helix mode. This is Helix keybinds, but my editor is flowcontrol.dev. Just turning into the series. I mean, I, this is just I don't know. Like I'm just like programming, so I'm not really trying to make an educational series. Just so that you know, this is just me doing the work here. I'm not trying to be like. Hopefully, there is some educational value to be extracted from watching what I'm doing, but this is not going to be presented to you as a well designed course that brings you from A to Z through implementing a chat application. I'm gonna make mistakes and I'm gonna refactor my code. I have done so already, so we're not going on a straight line to the end goal. We are gonna take detours as we learn things. Have you decided on a front end for the app? Yes, it's called DVUI. It's gonna be a native application. This is not gonna be web shit. So we do native first, and then for the web, what we're gonna do is is compile the native application to WebAssembly and render it using WebGL in the browser. So that means that in the browser, there's not going to be a front end framework. There's not going to be the DOM. It's just going to be one big WebGL like rendering canvas in a sense, and we're going to render the native application in there. So it's kind of the opposite of what people do with Electron, right? They make the web application first, and then when you ask for a native version, they give you a browser without a top bar that still renders the HTML. We're going the other way around. We're making it native, and the web is gonna have to suck it basically. They'll have to make do with the native application. But jokes aside, the idea is that the experience on the web shouldn't be bad either. Like it's going to be a native application that gets rendered in the browser, but the idea is that it should work fine in there as well. And and honestly, I think that between the two approaches, the one that I'm going for is strictly superior. But you know what? We'll see once we get there. For now, we still have to synchronize messages between server and client, and I'm still working on that. Um, so what if we need to create a new channel? Because we don't have this channel. Well, that is indeed a problem, isn't it? Is everything else fine? So we need an assert that says that the kind has not changed. And you know what? Let's do this query second, I guess. Or in here, let me think. I think we want to run this query regardless with the same shape. If we express it as an upsert. Oh, which by the way, this is interesting because here we could avoid the upsert if we wanted to, because we would know if it needs to be an update or an insert. So, uh, but we're not doing things in bulk in any case. Like our end goal should be achieving bulk inserts. So this is not the final shape. Okay. So we assert the kind cannot change. So what about users? Okay, so here's the user query stuff. So I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna put it here. With the difference that here we're doing from delta. So let's think about it for a second. Delta has everything that we need to upsert. That is indeed true. What we're failing to do here is update our local user. So we're missing the local user sync. The thing though is that this should not be that big of a deal. It's kind of the same logic in a sense. So this same logic where we say host.users get u.id. Let's call this new user. Actually, let's do it this way. This doesn't happen. We don't do sync really. We do so what do we do in here? We basically, I guess for user we can just do, we can just grab the user from users. We can do what do we have in here in users? We have get, handle, set. Oh, there's set. What does set do? Set user grabs the ID. If not found existing, puts it there. Otherwise, changes the value input. Okay, this is not very well designed. To be fair, I wasn't really modifying like this whole new thing where we're like modifying things in flight. That's new territory. We never had this implemented in Awebo before. So how does this work? This needs to do better. This needs to do better. Set. If not found existing, assign it to user, and then put it in the index for the handle. Yes. Else, if it was existing, if it was found existing, then we need to like delete the old one and keep the new one. So I guess we do this no matter what. But if it was found existing, we want to free. gop value ptr dot the init. And then this thing here needs to be done in a better way because the handle might have changed. So if the handle has changed, I guess what we want to do is, if found existing, the question is, did they have the same handle? So we need to ask this question before we init the old one. So we do new handle. If there's a new handle, which is std mem equal u8 user.handle, comma, cop value ptr.handle. So if there is a new handle, then we want to delete the old entry. How does this work? Mm, so remove the old entry. Actually, more than removing it, we want to modify it. Or do we? Wait, no, we need to remove the old entry. Like, we kind of want to change the key, but I don't know if there's something that makes us like change the key. I mean, I don't think that makes much sense. Yeah, so we remove user.handle. No, this is dumb. We have to do it here. If new handle, we remove the old handle. Gop value ptr. Okay, we remove the old handle. That is important. We remove the old handle, and I guess we do it like this. Remove the old hand. If new handle, remove the old handle and insert the new handle. If it was not found existing, if it's new, we insert the new handle and there's nothing to remove, and then we assign user. Okay, so this is now correct. Fine. So who was calling this stuff? Oh, it's the same file. Okay, so we're doing this stuff in here. So now this is the query for users.get you else. Okay. If we do find an existing user, what did Automod do? Hey, wait, held a message for reason smart detection. Hey, do me a favor. What screen resolution do you have? What size screen do you have? What font is that? And what size is it? Jesus Christ, how many questions? So first you call me a strange person. Then you ask me so many questions, huh? Uh, so I think the problem is that you asked for a favor. I suspect that the expression where you asked for a favor is considered it's banned because that's usually how people ask for follows or stuff like that. That's my suspicion. What screen resolution do you have? It's 140p. Yeah, I think that the thing is that I just granted you permission to say it in a sense. I didn't do that explicitly. I just allowed the previous message, but I suspect that implicitly I've done that. Actually, for science, if somebody else is curious, try asking me for a favor. See what does. See what happens. See if you get blocked or not. In any case, so I have a 2K screen, so 140 40p. What the fuck? No, never mind. It works. So, well, but wait, are you a mod? Mlag is, um, yeah, you're VIP. Yeah, you're VIP, so that doesn't count probably. Doesn't get you out of auto mode? Oh. Well, but maybe it doesn't apply certain rules. So, like, you're still subject to auto mode in general, but then I don't know. Diablo, you're just considered a suspicious person. Turns out the strange person wasn't me after all, huh? So sorry. 2K monitor. The monitor is, I think, 27 inches. The font is uh the one that comes with Ghosty, I think. Does it tell me in settings? I don't think it does. Oh no, JetBrains Mono. Or you know what? Maybe that's not what comes with Ghosty. Maybe I chose it myself. Um, what size is it? I have no idea. I do a bunch of these every time I start streaming, so I don't know. Big font size, much bigger than I would have if I wasn't streaming. So we init the user, and then you do u.star equals new user. So we just replace the new user. And then otherwise we do host.users.set GPA u new user. And that's it. Because user is fairly simple. So this shouldn't be a problem. I think that we're done with users. We're only missing adding a new channel because my primitives are all over the place. Unfortunately, I like these like channels, users, thingies. They all have the same boilerplate, so they're like very similar. But yeah, look, I added create, which apparently is a server only thing, which is used by the server. And then we have set. Oh, look at this. We have set, which is missing the same things that we're missing for user. Okay, so let's see if we can upstream these changes in user from user. So we copy this. We go into channels. We do channels set. And I think we can really, it's just really the same thing. It's just channel. Also, channel should be passed down by pointer because we don't want to copy it. New handle. Found existing. There's a new handle thingy that doesn't apply to channels. Wait, so does channel have any form of indexing? Oh, it's index. It's based on the name. So, well, I guess channel is the name. Mm, now I guess we can do this. Fuck it. Okay. So this should do it. So that means that we can do in host. Oh, which is where we were already. Up here, we do host.channels dot set GPA and then new ch. I'm sure there's a bajillion programming things that we need to fix now. I was asking because is that comfortable size for you? It looks huge to me on a 24-inch 180p. It's usable. It's fine. I don't mind. I would use a much smaller font size probably if I was just programming by myself all the time. I would probably sit closer to the monitor, smaller font size, and that's it. I am using a bigger font size mainly for the benefit of the camera, but that's uh that's it. But it is reasonable for me. Okay, I think that setting aside a bajillion programming errors that we probably left all over the place, we can start trying to get into building state. Okay, so datetime. We need a datetime library. We need a datetime library for Awebo, man. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ping Rocco Rager. Rocco Rager. Would it be possible to have a branch inside that tracks Zig master branch? We really need a datetime library in Awebo. Smiley face. Also, it's an opportunity for you to use io.clock and see if it works fine for your library. Okay. Do with font sizes. I don't know. I don't care too much about it. Like sometimes when I just want a smaller font size, I just reduce it and I don't know. That's it. Okay. Uh, so there's this Awebo datetime thing, which I don't even know. You know what? We can delay that into do that to in another comment. U64. Change it to U64 and call it a day. Or if it was U32, I don't remember. What were these things? Because these lines, they all show up as changed. Well, you know what? We'll see what the programming errors, where the programming errors get us. Transaction error unit is ignored. Core. I guess we want to catch fatal DB. Man, we really need a database variable const db equals host client db. Memory function expected 3 arguments. I bet you that it's a GPA. Oh, because it's already wait. Oh, because that's the new thing, right? Okay. Okay. Chat message new. Right. Messages add now wants host.client.db. Oh, this goes after GPA. It's probably not enough. He wants channel. Also, am I going too deep? No, I'm not going too deep. This is fine. Mm, chat message new. This is fine. Does this need a transaction? We're not doing a good job at delineating what the limits of like what should be obviously inside of a transaction or not. Like I know where this stuff should go, like when that should happen. But we don't have yet like a very nicely standardized way of doing this. Hmm. And so these ones also cmn dot channel. Let's do the transaction stuff. Okay. More programming errors. Host sync. Expected pointer t found const pointer t. Why does this guy wants to mutate itself on the init? What if I were to do this? Does this guy need anything special? No. Does this guy need anything special? Oh fuck, maybe this guy does. No, it does not. Self is not a pointer. Okay, you know what? Let's see what we get after this. Compile error, too few arguments. Argument to print. Uh-oh. We have a print with too few arguments. I set font sizes to where it comes out as an integer divisor of the screen. Oh, okay. No weird lopsided terminals when full screened, but also often prevents the font renderer from being stupid. Make blurry graphs glyphs. Sorry to reiterate on the mod deletion question. In general, don't you have to be careful with upserts to avoid reinsertion of system/mod deleted rows? I don't know the code base, but it feels like it could be a potential correctness issue by itself. I see. Right now, we don't have code for editing messages. all the upserts that you have seen me code earlier, they are all client side queries, I believe. I'm starting to share them with the server, but the server, especially for messages, it doesn't do upserts. It just does um, inserts for now because we don't have message editing. Now for channels and company, I did put upserts in there, yes. Uh, but again, this all gets processed by the server. The client will try to upsert a channel, for example, in case that it gets modified, only if the server um, tells it to. And the server is not going to tell the client to modify something. It's not going to do the thing where it first tells the client that something was deleted and then it sends the message to modify something that was deleted. The server will always send things in logical order, like in temporal order, whatever you want to call it. So no matter how close these things happen to be in time, the server will either process first the request to delete the channel, for example, not messages because we don't have that, but let's say channels. We actually don't have that either, but we're closer to having that. But I would say message editing is more nuanced than channel editing. So channel editing, if the server processes first the request to delete the channel, then it will send out updates to all connected clients that a channel has been deleted. And then if it processes a request to modify a channel that doesn't exist, it will correctly error route. You don't see this in the code right now because you are writing saying, well, I see a bunch of upserts. Are you sure you're not gonna reinsert by mistake something? That is a good point, but you're not seeing any of the workflows about editing because we just don't have those. So for now, all the queries that we are seeing are for synchronization purposes. And they're not final. Like there's clearly a lot of stuff that needs to be made better. But for now, the goal is to make it work and like do incremental improvements. But I think I would go insane if I tried to come up with the perfect query right away. So we're doing it a bit at a time. But I don't expect this to be a problem. Okay, let's see. No field name channel instruct Awebo message. That is true. That is true indeed. Channel goes away. Channel goes away. Incremental compilation. Yeah. No. Host. What's the problem in host 209? Oh. What? Why are you hating, man? What is your problem? Why are you hating? 209. Expected error union type found bool. Oh, remove doesn't try. That is fair. And we should assert that this deletion happened. Oh shit. Talk about small font size. Okay, so this is done. Host 304. I guess the same problem happens down here in channels. How's your experience with the editor thus far? It's good. It is a very good editor. It's a very serious project. I'm very happy with it. The Helix keybinds are janky. If your expectation is that you start using flow control and you will get immediately perfect keybinds with Helix, that's not going to be the case. They are Helix. So I believe the history of flow is the following. The main mode of flow is, well, flow mode. There's like there's a keybind for switching input mode. So the main input mode of flow is non-model. Think of Sublime. So that's the main thing that Neurosite developed, and that is the most fleshed out mode. Then there are model editing modes, which are not like bolted on top in a janky way, as in they're not like designed to be shitty. They are just not complete yet. So the editor has a lot of logic to properly model these model editing systems, but uh, you know, it's just a lot of work to emulate this whole, implement the whole thing top to bottom. So since the author doesn't use those, then it's a matter of having users that use those and report things that don't work well, and it just needs a bit of time to be more complete. So Helix is in a similar place. I don't know if you were here, but a few days ago, actually maybe yesterday or 2 days ago, Neurosite was in chat and was saying that he promised that he would flesh out the Helix mode um, more after he releases version 0.7 of Flow, which should happen soon. In particular, Helix mode, Helix has a way of dealing with selections that is different than Vim. So basically, he needs to implement a bunch of bits and pieces so that it can support the. In Helix, you always have a one character selection active at the very least, and that modifies how a lot of things work. For example, in Helix, when I have a selection and I do open it in Helix, it doesn't kill the selection because it can't. Because if it did, then every time I open in a place, it would eat the letter that I'm focusing. But right now, this is not properly implemented in Flow. So there is some work that Neurosite needs to do. But again, the reason for this is because he started with model editing support for Vim, which works differently, and then Helix people came after. There's a few of us now, thankfully. It's not just me, but we obviously are a minority compared to the Vim people. So I guess you can see in this I don't know, hierarchy of priorities why you can see that reflected in the level of what is more complete and versus less complete. So I love it. I think it's good. It just needs more work. I've been stealing a lot of concepts from Helix that I liked. Sublime's flow is non-model with command palette, right? Yes, correct. And multi-cursor. Also, these things that I'm calling as like different input modes, you can mix and match them if you want. So, for example, there will be like all of these keybinds, they correspond to a editor command. And so you can make your own layer that has mostly Vim style keybinds, but then you plop in there a Helix style keybind. And the way you can do that is not just in terms of you copy over the keybind from Helix, but then it has Vim semantics. I guess you can do that because you can take Vim Helix keybinds and Helix style keybinds and then bind them to Vim operations. But you're going to be able to also invoke a Helix operation from your layer that is mostly Vim. So I talk about them as Vim mode, Helix mode, Emacs mode. So we have those layers, but they are like not. How can I say? It's not like you're in one mode and that prevents you from accessing anything else. It doesn't work that way. It's at a higher level of granularity. So you can mix and match. Now, I don't know if this is going to work for every command. There might be, with Helix, as I was saying, you tend to have a different way of dealing with selections. So it might be that a Helix command might not just play nice with the rest of your Vim style keybinds. But these are judgment. This is judgment that you can do for yourself. Now, GOP is get or put. It's how you do, I guess, upserts in hash maps in Zig. It's pretty good because, if you don't have this interface, then you are sometimes forced to query the hash map twice. And this allows you to create the hash map once and then deal with the case where you didn't find the thing and then you're planning to insert it, or when you did find the thing and then you plan to update it. So get or put is a awesome API, and so the result for this thing, which contains whether it found something existing or not, and then it gives you pointers that, in the case that if it found something existing, then this pointer will point at valid data. If it didn't find anything, if it did not find anything existing, then this pointer will be garbage because it's waiting for you to write to it. So this is good, and get or put results in a GOP. So we just call it GOP. Doo-doo-doom. Yeah. Um, well, I think that this is a cool subject. Like, this is something that maybe people don't think about much, but it does add up. Like, if you do a lot of hash map accesses, like you cut your accesses in half by having a good API compared to, well, not having a good API. What were we doing? Oh, we were fixing build errors. Okay, what's the next problem? Member fraction expected one argument found 0. Don't tell me you want a GPA, don't you? Error union is ignored. I think this is going to be a catch whom. Shit, we don't have but that's not exactly what is. Hmm. Fine for now. Except the type of Awebo users found const type of Awebo users. Why do you want users to be mutable? So what if we make it const? Operator equals psi, not allowed between awebo.chat. So what is the syntax for doing enum comparisons between two enums? I want tag comparison between two unions. How do you do tag comparison between two unions? Is there a built-in that I'm forgetting about? Oh no, where's my built-in auto suggestion? You need to coerce one union to its tag type. Is this a meta thing, or is there a built-in for it? We have tag name, right? We have just squares. Okay, so as ch channel dot kind. Okay, we good? We're not good. Oh, kind dot enum. There we go. Okay, thank you. We were thinking of adding a built-in to do that version for you. There used to be one and it was removed. Change his mind on that removal. I see. Yeah. Hmm. Okay, next problems. Expected a mutable thing, but it's not mutable. Fine. The init const. Compile error, too few arguments. Fuck. Oh man, there's so many. Oh, it's a complaint print. Let's go. Init 426. 426, 426. Oh. Oh, that is a good point. Oh my god, thank you. That was caught. The power of this user should be infroninum Awebo user power band. There you go. Yes. Okay, so that was definitely 100% on me. Thank you, Zig. Host. What's the next problem? Shallow D init. What did Shallow D init do wrong? What's her beef with Shallow D init? Expected one argument found 0. Fair. No. Const kind. Did I not make it const? I did make it const. Did I not make it const? Did I not make it const? I did make it const. Okay, what's your problem, man, then? Host items the init. Expected type pointer t found const pointer t. I hate things that force me to make things mutable. To delete them. God damn it, man. There you go. Enjoy the concast. Let's see. Talking about Emacs more in terms of an operating system and less as an editor with all the Lua plugins. I can see where this is coming from. The only thing that I would miss would be a server. You're talking about Vim? Yeah, I don't know if Vim has server mode. Flow doesn't, I believe. I might be wrong though. I think there should be a like const the init at the very least. Okay, where are we back here? Exert a type pointer const a web chat on channel kind. Oh. Oh. Well, yes. Well, no. Error union is ignored. does this sync actually? Well, this can be a catch. Hello, Philo. So, no, try. Channel.kind. .enum. .voice. Why do you not like this? You do have channel. Um. Oh. Nothing named channel in a Awebo message. Yeah. Why typing server run doesn't give me this? This is jank. This is 100% jank. Server. Oh, it's the space. Okay. Question: for which types of software is it better to use C or Zig rather than Java? My camera is out of focus. Was it? Yeah, it's fine now. Which types of software is it better to use C or Zig rather than Java? First approximation, I would say software that you want to work well. Dub. uh, so I think there are jokes aside, there are two things to consider. Two big one. Number one, portability. In theory, the fact that Java is a language that targets a virtual machine, one could argue that that makes Java more portable because you write your Java code once and then you can make it run on different machines. Because the machine almost doesn't matter, because as long as the machine has a Java runtime, then you can run your Java code and you're good. And yet, there's a lot of programs that you can write in C or Zig where you write it there also once and then it runs on different machines. So the ability of writing once and running on different machines is not something that only virtualized languages can do. And this is where it becomes interesting. If you want to write software that you want to give to end users, so you're not writing software for me, you're writing software for another person who is not a software developer, and you give them, actually, what the heck do you give them? Like a Java, you give them a Java, what do they call their like, like packages? I forget the names. Jars, right? You give them a jar. What a name. So you give them a jar. What is a end user going to do with a jar? They don't do anything. They can't do anything with it, right? They need to install the Java runtime. So like you make a software that depends on Java stuff, then you tell them that when they download it, they also need to download the Java runtime. Either that, or you bundle the full Java runtime in the thing that you're distributing. So this is really annoying. In my case, when I'm making, for example, I made a static site generator, right? My static site generator has, I'll show you exactly the only place where I had to worry about system specific stuff. So Zine is my static site generator. If you never used it, think of it as something like Hugo, for example, where basically you write in your blog post markdown, and then you have like a HTML templating language, and then your static website is generated by it. So this thing, when I give it out, when I distribute it, I build it for a few different platforms. By the way, this process of creating all these builds doesn't require different computers. I just run it on one computer. I have in my build script, I have a release command. It's probably near the bottom. Yeah, sorry, I know. My main branch is not protected. I'm doing unprotected software development. That's just how I roll. I like the danger. What can I say? Set up snapshot testing, set up fuzzing. Oh, there we go. This is we are in the release code. Set up release step. So for my releases, I literally write here what builds I want to have part of my release, and then there's all the code that. Well, there's a bunch of setup necessary because I have a ton of dependencies. Well, I have a few dependencies. In my defense, most of them are written by me, but I do have a few. And so this build command also makes builds and then creates archives. Like once it's done building, it makes zip files for Windows and Mac, tar.exe for Linux. And so when you download my software, you just download it for your computer, and it has no dependencies. You have nothing to do except run it. So you cannot get that from Java, or the best that you can do is kind of fake it by creating a bundle that also includes the runtime, and that sucks. And this code is almost entirely platform agnostic. Here's the only thing that is platform specific. In CLI serve, like I have also a development web server that automatically refreshes your page whenever you make a change, and I implemented file watching myself. And so every operating system has a different API for watching file changes, and so I have 3 implementations: one for Linux, one for macOS, one for Windows. This is also, by the way, something that this is something that you would normally like. How can I say? If you care less than I do about being like having specific control over what the OS can do, you would just get a dependency to do that for you. Like you download some file watcher dependency, which internally will have to have platform specific code, but then you as a user don't even care about that. So long story short, this is the only platform specific piece of code that I have in my entire thing. That's it. That's the entirety of it. So then what is the virtualization from Java giving you, really? The answer to me is kind of nothing. Maybe in the past it gave you some value, but I would say that nowadays it's mostly worthless. And so if you want your software to be easy to distribute, you want to write it in Zig or C. You don't want to write it in Java, because distributing Java software, it's just a pain in the ass compared to this, for both you having to distribute it and also for users having to use it. It's just a pain in the ass compared to a native executable that doesn't have weird system runtime dependencies. Point number 1. Point number 2 is, well, if you're writing Java code that runs in JVM and you have a garbage collector and you have the whole JVM, it's like very hard for you to diagnose performance issues. Like if you were to make a static site generator and then you discover that it's not fast, how do you make it faster in Java? It's tough because you need to learn when the Java runtime is doing things behind your back. You need to become like some kind of JVM expert. With Zine, I was able to make it pretty fast. I would say this is a very fast static site generator. It's faster than Hugo, significantly faster than Hugo. And it's not, and I haven't done a ton of performance work. I always had performance in mind when developing it, but I know that I can make it significantly faster by fine-tuning a lot of things that I've left as to-dos. So, and understanding this stuff is trivial. I'm not a performance expert whatsoever. If you ask me to do the same performance tuning in Java, I just wouldn't know where to begin. And so if you keep writing stuff in these higher level programming languages, you're never going to be able to become an expert, because below you there is so much machinery going on that is impossible for you to master. Or worse, actually, you maybe you end up trying to master it and you end up wasting so much time, and you end up learning bad habits because you internalize these bad habits, because those are how you compensate for what the VM does behind your back, for example. And those things get crazy. Like, you can see videos of people saying, did you know that if you use for instead of while in C sharp, then this performance, this optimization will kick in, because otherwise it doesn't? Why? Nobody knows. This was actually true for some patch releases, but now it's not true anymore. Now it's the other way around. And so, like, it is just impossible to become an expert at anything. You're like caged. You're destined to just be a chicken living in a farm that you cannot understand. So this is what you get by doing things natively. Okay, end of rant. If you want to hear a more a better structured rant, because I gave it as a talk, so I actually thought about it. Check out Hello Systems. I think the key argument is more efficiency rather than convenience. My argument is that I'm not even sure what the convenience from Java is. Like, you definitely get convenience when you're writing Hello World, and you get convenience when you're doing something trivial. But the moment you're trying to do something well, you're trying to be precise and like, it's not just efficiency for the sake of efficiency, right? But you're trying to have full control over the end user experience. Then there's just no way for have a handle on that when doing Java. It's just impossible. So my point is not, dude, it's just faster doing stuff in Zig or C compared to Java. That is true, but it's not speed for the sake of speed. It is because that has an impact on the end user experience. Maybe not all the time. So, for example, if you're writing something that you don't care about being turbo fast and you don't care about being turbo efficient, like you're making a script that deals with not a ton of data and you just run it occasionally, and who cares? Man, write it in whatever you want. Write it in Bash, write it in Pickle, write it in Prolog. I don't know. But the moment you're trying to, like, imagine you're making a video player or a video editing tool like DaVinci Resolve. I mean, caring about performance and efficiency in that context is obviously of paramount importance. And this is true even for a static site generator. Before, the reason why I ended up making Zine is because I started by using Gatsby. Gatsby would take more than 60 seconds, more than 1 minute to render my personal website when it had like less than 20 blog posts on it. 60 seconds to render 20 pages. That is absurd. And so you end up with just tragicomic stuff if you're not careful. Let me show you this. Like, you end up becoming a clown if you never learn this stuff and internalize just bad takes. Like, look at these people, man. So this is somebody who works on Cloud Code, and yeah, the not so great Gatsby. I agree. So this guy works on Cloud Code, and they're talking about Cloud Code causing terminal rendering issues, flickering. And they're trying to tackle flickering, and then you have this take. Most people's mental model of Cloud Code is that it's just a TUI, but you should really be closer to a small game engine. Rendering to a terminal that, in the worst of cases, it's like what? 100 columns per 40, 50 rows? It's a game engine. For each frame, our pipeline constructs a scene graph So these are, I think these are very big words to say that they have virtual, like virtual screens, and they render them bit by bit, and then they bleed them on top of one another to do blending. They blend them together that way, and then they do layout. They layout element, rasterize them to a 2D screen. Diff that against the previous screen. They do diffing. Finally uses the diff to generate ANSI sequences to draw. We have a 60 millisecond frame budget, so we have roughly 5 milliseconds to go from the React scene graph to ANSI written. Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? This, this makes no sense. No, but you know what? If you go read more about what they're doing something absolutely, in my opinion, mind-bogglingly dumb. They are not using the alt screen. They are rendering this whole thing on a terminal that has like on the terminal view that has history, and they keep basically writing the full history. So they're not writing just what you see in the terminal, right, in the viewport, because that's what you would do in alt mode. In alt mode, you would only render what's on the screen, and then, for example, if you wanted to have scroll back, you would simulate it. Like, you know what, that's what everybody does. Like, this editor is in the alt screen, and these you see the scroll back up here, it's virtualized, but like it works. Like, everybody does that. It's the right way. This is how you use terminals. But what these guys are doing is, apparently they don't do the alt screen. They keep the scroll back, and they send escape codes to delete a big chunk of the history. So then they re-render everything. They re-render your history. I don't know why they do that. To be honest, I've never seen that UI, except maybe in screenshots. But this thing to me seems like a Borg plus. And the whole way they describe this, the way they approach this, seems absolutely insane. So again, you should be rendering 100 columns per 40 rows, and thinking that you're making a game engine is, I don't know. But it's, the thing is, I don't know why they're like, they have an explanation on why they're not doing alt terminal, like the alt screen, but it's like absurd. Flicker, no flicker, scroll back viewport. Like, where is it? Why not use alternate screen mode and virtual scrolling? This is the most common suggestion we hear. Yes, because that's the correct way of implementing this. And that's what other terminal AI tools do. Oh, man. Other inferior terminal AI tools do, apparently. Except that they don't flicker. When you run Emacs/htop, yes, the terminal switches to an alternate screen, a separate buffer that doesn't interact with the scrollback. Yes, when you're using pretty much every single TUI application, you switch to the alternate screen. Yes. The program controls everything, scrolling, selection, the works. Yes. When you exit, your previous terminal content reappears. Yes, that's actually pretty nice. This would solve flicker entirely since there is no scroll back to fight with. Yes. The trade-off is the native terminal experience. Bro, you just said that pretty much every single tool you use in the terminal uses the alternate screen. People are used to that. So, like, that is part of the native terminal experience. With our current approach, you get Command F search, text selection, and copy paste that work exactly like the rest of your terminal. What is this guy smoking? Here's my selection in alternate mode. Yes, Neurosite had to program it. You can do it. Like, you can probably vibe code this, man. You can probably vibe code this. um, in alternate screen mode, we would have to implement all of that. Yeah, please just vibe code it. While while we're at this, at least vibe code the right thing instead of uh vibe coding, because they're also vibe coding the other way, the other one probably. So instead of vibe coding the wrong way of doing it, every application that uses alternate screen has its own key bindings, its own scrolling, its own selection model. What? Yeah, technically, the selection model that I have here in the browser is not the same selection model that I have in the terminal. You can kind of make do and make them work closely enough that you don't tell there's any difference. You don't even think that this is a different selection implementation than the one I get in the terminal, and it's like it's fine. Every app that uses alternate screen has this. You have to learn each one. We want Cloud Code to get out of the way between you and your models and not add another UI to master. And okay, keep flickering then. I don't know what to tell you. Keep flickering in your terminal emulator game engine. I don't know, man. Wait, why did we get here? Oh, right. We got here because that's like, oh, they're also using React. Yes. They like the whole thing of diffing using React, like that's where you end up if you never learn any lower level programming. You don't even understand how laughable that way of looking at things is. Like, I'm sorry. By the way, I've I've studied bioinformatics. I've been a Python developer and then a Go developer for the majority of my life. Although I don't know if that still holds true. I'm getting older, so at some point that's not going to be true anymore. But in any case, I've done that for years, and I get it. I get it that lower level programming is not like the default thing that people want to do, and I would even argue that it's fine. That it's not the default thing that you should do. Like, you shouldn't, unless it's something that really appeals you. It's fine if you like go to university and you don't learn any lower level programming at the beginning or even throughout your whole experience in university. Fine, but eventually you have to get here. It's it's just it's just embarrassing that you call yourself a software engineer if you don't know any of this stuff, because you end up with these absurd mental models and you start making those weird things. It's like I don't know. It's like you're supposed to be a bridge engineer, and then the only thing that you learn how to use is Lego, and so you start making bridges out of Lego, and it's like, man, no. Like, Legos are cool. You can do a lot of stuff with them, awesome. But if you're making a bridge, you gotta learn how to do concrete. C stands for concrete, by the way, apparently. Yeah, they're using React to render in the terminal. I don't know, man. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. So, yeah. Um, so what can I say? That's the age of AI. That's what AI is ushering us into. The age of people like, oh man, my terminal flickers. Should I just do it the right way, make it fast and efficient? No, I'm gonna add React with but because React has the virtual DOM, and so we're gonna do the virtual DOM, and then you know what, the virtual DOM is not enough because the terminal is not a DOM, it's a grid of cells. And so uh actually, I'm saying that React does the virtual DOM. That's probably wrong because they're not using React dash DOM. They're using just React. So that React, I don't know um, how much diffing is implicit into is done by React itself versus what React DOM does. But in any case, they get some diffing out of that, and then they do some diffing, and it's like, dude, you should not be diffing a cell that has like a grid that has so few cells. It's insane. It's just insane. Just insane. I wonder how much diffing Neurosite is doing to implement scrolling. Okay, we're trying to get this to work, right? So channel ID in run, we remove that. There's another one at line 850. Right? Any more? Oh, we unblocked more compile errors now. Awesome. Add message. There's no add message in chat because it's now chat. Okay, what is this? What is the context of this add message? We are in the server and we have received a new message request and we want to write this message down. So what do we use to write this message down? I think it's add at this point. Yeah, it's just add. There you go. GPA, DB, and then channel ID. Missing start field created. Right. I gave new fields to these guys. Where are we? In get user by login. Now we have all the other things. Create updated roles. You know what? Let's do equals 0 for now. What are we missing still? Nothing. We build. Okay, we building. Is Rube Goldberg coding a term yet? I mean, I've I've heard occasionally in the past, and I've used myself, Rube Goldberg as an expression to define when you're making. I was mostly using it in the context of like microservices and like funny architectures, but I've never used that in when describing the source code itself. Although, you know, we have done this kind of stuff in the past. I mean, some of the code that I've refactored in my code base right now has some of that going on. Also, um, yeah, that stuff happens. But yeah, this whole sloppy approach is just gonna make it worse. And the problem is that the problem is not even the vibe coding in on itself, right? Like it's not like the fact that you're using AI that is immediately the problem, because you could, in theory, you can. Some people are using AI without making mud pies. The problem is you're using AI. You're using AI to as a power up for your Dunning Kruger. So like you don't know how the thing that you're programming works, and so you let the AI choose a solution for you, but then you don't have the tools to evaluate if that solution is what you really want. And so then you apply mental models that you already have, right? So these guys, instead of understanding that they need to do alt screen, it's like, come on, you have to do alt screen. Instead of understanding that, for example, you can prevent flickering. By the way, I think that this applies also. Let me think about it for a second. I am pretty confident that this applies also in the non-alt screen mode, but there's like escape codes for buffering input, right? I don't know if it works in outside of the alt screen though, but there's an escape code for turning on output synchronization where you basically turn it on, send commands to the terminal. The terminal will not update visually; it will keep buffering those, and then once you're done computing the update, you commit. And when you commit, the terminal will, well, ideally process everything in one tick. And so in one refresh. And so you're not going to see any flickering. I wonder if I'm wrong and it doesn't work and it only works in alt mode when you're in the alt screen, or if they just don't even know about it. Because they were talking about reducing flicker. Like the whole thing was about reducing flicker. I don't know. It's just insane. The fact that you bring the web development mindset to everything is it's kind of cringe. Uh, you need to realize that you cannot have one development mindset and then apply it wholesale to everything. You need to have you need to have a few. It's like literally everything is a nail, right? Or if all you have is a hammer, then everything is a nail. Doesn't matter if it's like it's clearly a screw. You're still gonna bam react hit it with your React hammer super fucking hard. That is an interesting point because this is true on multiple levels, right? Like you can probably have like a full circle. It's like rock paper scissors, where it's not even a matter of one thing wins over everything else. It's obvious that if you're in a consultancy slash enterprise software development ecosystem, then you're not gonna. Then it's wrong if you try to think about bit fiddling tricks and making things maximally efficient. If you're trying to make a CRUD application for a bank, that stuff doesn't matter. Like the bank service, it's fine if it's kind of slow. Well, ideally, obviously, it would be better if it wasn't, but it is fine if it's kind of slow. What matters the most is that you can make it happen because you can have the bank people tell you exactly how it's supposed to work in terms of the functional requirements of the thing, because they're going to be complicated probably. And so you have all these development styles that are used in enterprise software development, which are full of bad ideas, but those bad ideas kind of work in that ecosystem because I guess of evolution. But then your enterprise software development mindset cannot be what you bring to the table, cannot be your main way of looking at software if you're trying to make let's say more serious software, like systems programming type of software, like infrastructural software. A static site generator, that's not exactly infrastructure, but that's something that needs to be efficient and work well. And so thinking that I'm going to make a static site generator, but then it's going to have microservices and it's going to have this super complicated workflow and whatnot, because that's how I do it in the enterprise job. That's obviously the wrong mindset. And then similarly, if you're doing web development, I would argue that it's a bad idea to have a strict systems programming perspective when doing web dev, because like I remember a while ago watching this listening to this podcast by Casey Moratori and I forget the name of the other the other guy is Jeff. I forget his surname, but in any case, it's the Jeff and Casey show. Really fun podcast. But then one episode kind of made me understand that I misunderstood the podcast a little bit. So there was this episode where Casey, who is a game engine developer mainly, and he doesn't like anything web related, and so he's making a website for his gaming company, and to do so, he's reading the CSS spec. And he's complaining about how the CSS how he doesn't like the CSS spec. And I was thinking, but dude, you just want to make a website for your damn company. Why are you reading the CSS spec? It's like before you can connect what you learn from from reading the CSS spec to actually making your website, it's such a long path. And like all you have to do is one damn static website for your gaming company. So it's not like you want to now become a web browser implementer, or you want to become a professional web agency. I would even argue that it would be cool, but it's probably also unnecessary for a web agency to learn the CSS spec. But in any case, he was doing like one website, so like just just Google how to center the fucking div and move forward with your life. But that's not the mindset they was using, and that kind of showed me that some of the things that they were saying were not just like for fun. Like sometimes they were like. Uh, from my perspective, that they were acting like, oh, like we're the systems programmers and we're like purposely reacting in an exaggerated way to all the bad web stuff. And I was thinking, oh, you know what? No, they're not exaggerating it. That's actually how they think about stuff. It's insane. Like I would argue that if you're reading the CS spec, it's the wrong approach to making a website. If your goal is just to make one damn website, so you have to have multiple tools on your tool belt. That's it. End of rant. Hello, Rocco Rage. I'm reading your message. Do you already have one going? No, we don't have anything. No, sorry. Um, we haven't done anything. So no, we don't have any like branch with a in progress updated version of Zeit. Who's writing raw CSS in 2026? Just use Tailwind or Pico. Yeah, but they're against that. Like, I get it to some degree. I would even argue that you don't even need this. You just use Flexbox and you're fine. And like when I say learn Flexbox, I mean you learn how the main things work and then you use those, not you go and read the spec of how Flexbox is defined. uh Holy shit, this font is small. Did we change columns? Did we change how we initialize stuff? I don't think so. I might be wrong. We'll see. Okay. Client dies right away. We have a panic arst. Right. We have a panic. We're missing the code where the database exists when we start the application. So, uh, not almost there, but not yet. Okay, so we're almost building. Let's go fix these panic, or rather, let's go implement the thing that the panic is not is guarding. Okay, so here's how it works. We're doing load host, which is a client only function. If the database is empty, we default initialize host. Is this a good idea? Empty name, empty logo, empty channels, which is fine, and empty users, which is fine. So default initialization of this thing is fine. And then we initialize the database, and then we call it a day. But if the database is not empty, then we would need to load data from the database, and we don't really have that implemented, or rather, we have that implemented for the server, but not for the client, even though a good chunk of those things could be shared. So I have started the work of code sharing between server and client correctly. But what I think I will do in this case is not do that yet for this new stuff. So the old stuff I started by copy pasting, and then I kind of merged the two copies together. I'm going to do that again. I'm going to do the copies and then I'm going to worry about merging changes after the fact. In any case, I need a very quick bathroom break and then we're going to work on this. Once we have implemented this, uh, bugs aside, like once we fix also probably a few remaining bugs, we should have client server synchronization. That should be cool to see, or almost, because I think that the server doesn't compute deltas. So the next step after we make this work is look at the server and make it compute and make it give us only the things that we've never seen. Also, we're gonna have to test this somehow. I'm not even sure how to do that. We'll see. Give me a sec. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay, so Load data. Um, Load data. Yeah, we're just gonna copy paste a bunch of stuff from server and be happy. You'll copy paste everything and be happy. Awebo. Also, friendly reminder for everybody who's really invested into the Awebo idea. We have an Awebo bird here in the description of the repository, which you can copy paste and send to people. Like, let me see, Bork, send. There you go. So this is the Awebo bird official emote. Okay, back to the serious stuff. So load data. We need to load name from host. We need to load. You know what? I'm starting to think that settings in the server, the settings table should be renamed to host. It is absolutely fine for them to be the same. Probably. We'll see. So load data. So we have the name. We're copying these from server run, like straight up, no shame. Settings. Select key value from settings, and then we're doing the matching afterwards. You know what? We can simplify this. Select value from host where key equals name. And so row is going to be db dot. Oh, we can do row directly. Query. And then we can do catch db dot fatal. And then we can do if row, or you know what, maybe row. And then const row equals maybe row, or else we kind of want to assert that this gives us something. So you know what, we can use the question mark. But it is not really an assert. This is not an assert. This is a panic. It's more of a panic. Or like a fatal. Do we have fatal? We don't have fatal in here. Yeah. Okay. So we grab the row and then we do h dot name equals row dot. Why am I not seeing all the options? Why is flow? Oh, I'm not seeing all the options because it thinks that there is no space. So if I were to scroll down, oh, then now it's better. Ah, man. I see. I see. So in any case, it's text, GPA, and then dot value. There we go. Okay. Oh, there's no GPA. Well, but we need a GPA. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How do we think that this would work without a GPA? Okay, we have the name. Next, we need to copy users. So, select max created, max updated from channels. Oh, this is trying to compute the latest ID. Oh, snap. You know what? We actually do want that. Okay, this code is all wrong. I need to update it, but we're getting there. Do Yeah, Tailwind is just a way of writing CSS with fewer keystrokes as classes. I don't know. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I don't know. I think it's mostly uh I would feel like it doesn't bring much to the table, but also it's not an abstraction that really ruins what you're doing. So, yeah. Uh, 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 uh. Do, 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 do. Okay, I'm wondering if I want to do the latest ID stuff, but I guess I can skip it for now. Uh, User limits. Yeah, no, that's not something we care about for now. Host, what do we do here? Here we're still doing the latest ID thing, but then we're doing, there we go. That's the query that we care about. So this should be just log. Let's see. So db.rows, select ID, name, privacy, kind from channels. Channels is a web host channels. For each one of these things, grab kind, grab all these things. Yeah. If the channel kind is chat, grab also messages. We're putting a limit of window size. That's fine. Superfluous, but fine. Actually, you know what? Let's not, let's remove the limit if we don't have a limit in here. Channel kind messages backfill. Yeah. Channel set GPA channel. Channel set GPA channel. This should always do a new entry, so that should be fine. And here we're doing messages backfill. Okay, I think that this should be working out. Partially coincidentally, I would say, but it should be working out. Should be working itself out. This while loop is missing a curly brace. Server log needs to become log. This is unreachable code. Yes. This needs GPA. So So far, so good. We're missing only users. We need to load users. Um, as I was saying, steal everything. We we are not initializing users. There's user limits, but user limits does not contain users. Oh, this is interesting. So in the server, we are not keeping users in memory. We're only keeping in memory users that are currently active. So that means that we don't load this stuff in here. I mean, these are probably debatable choices, but it just means that we don't have the code that we can copy for now. So I guess we'll have to do this ourselves. Uh, so select ID, uh, handle, display name from users. There is no, well, there's power, but we don't care about doing it this way. ID, display name, handle, power, no kind, user.set, GPA, user. Okay. So in theory, we have also user loading now. Okay, let's see what the problems are. Oh yeah, we're not invoking localhost with the right arguments for sure. We're missing GPA. So for each host, in database we have some wrong stuff. Expected constituent found something else. Oh, because you need to try. Wait, what is happening in here? Try text, try text. Is this something that cannot fail? No, this is something that can fail. Oh, this is something that can fail. This is something that can fail. Missing start field avatar. Yeah. Error union is ignored. We do catch whom. We do have catch whom in here apparently. Huh. So that's probably what we should use instead of try. I guess we can do it here. Error union is ignored. Because I didn't save this file. Okay, let's see. Let's see how we're doing. Uh, okay. I mean, this is indeed correct. Okay, this works. Can I add a new message? It does work at adding a new message. Yes. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a switcheroo. So I'm going to take my local cache. I'm gonna copy. Then I'm going to run the client. I'm gonna add 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna close this. I'm going to remove dot cache and I'm going to move old to dot cache. So I'm restoring the old database. Let's see if we're gonna sync now. Holy shit, we did. We did indeed. So yeah, some success. This is not the whole story. We still have a bunch of Delta updates stuff to implement, but uh, what can I say? Cool. Mm, this is almost a point where we can commit. What I would like to do before committing is um, increase the amount of code sharing between server and client. I feel like I haven't understood yet exactly how it is that you should express this stuff, but we are getting closer. We are definitely getting closer. Also, I think we should do this. So I'm gonna do this for the server. I think that the user table. So user table, this is almost literally a one-to-one between server and clients. Like almost a one-to-one. The only thing that makes it not a one-to-one is I don't know if the client really cares about having a database index by handle. The server needs that, but the client, I'm not so sure. You know what? I'm wrong. We don't need it now, but we're gonna need it whenever we're gonna do at handle at somebody's handle. Although that index will be in memory, the fact that we have an index on disk is meaningless. This index should be server only. Yeah, because the client. So I guess the question is, should the client keep in memory all users or only the active ones? Maybe you could argue that if a user is not online, then it should not be kept in memory. It should be just kept in the database. That is not a wrong approach because that means that you can join a huge server, and unless there's a bajillion people live, then you're not going to pay memory to uh, keep around a user that is, that the last time that has logged in like 6 months ago, the last time, something like that. Although it is also true that um, that's kind of how it works with Discord servers, where you have a bajillion people that just join your server because why not? And then they are always offline. But will that be the same for Awebo? Maybe not. Probably not. Wait, is this hurting more than helping? That was hurting more than helping. One day I'll fix my camera. Okay. So what I was saying is the only thing that the client doesn't share is the password hash. So what I'm thinking is we split the password hash to a separate table. So we do pub const passwords. And in here we have create table passwords, ID, um, ID is going to be the same as the user. So reference is users primary key, not, well, if it's a primary key, then it is not null, isn't it? Or do you have to say it? Huh. Oh, yeah, it is not null. Well, you know what? Not null. Okay, so we have a password has an ID. Then it has, for example, probably we want to give it updated to know when the password was changed. And then password hash. So the server and client can share schema and uh, most queries. You know what? I guess it's debatable. You could also argue that maybe what we should do is use a little bit of metaprogramming to uh, turn on and off that extra column. That would also work. But you know what? For example, having information about when the password was updated does not seem a bad idea. It doesn't seem a bad idea to know when the user password was last updated. You know, also not only that, but also information such as, for example, IP. What's an IP in this context? Text, a blob. I don't know. Well, in any case, the idea is IP address, or maybe it shouldn't just be an IP. It should be more metadata than just an IP. Let me think. What else could we want to keep around? Well, IP address that uh, requested a password change null when null if admin action, for example. So we could say IP also on delete cascade. Like if you delete a user, you also delete its password entry. There's an IP type in Postgres. Huh. Well, I guess we can do it like this. This is SQLite, so it doesn't have a dedicated type. I guess an integer is probably the smartest way of saving an IP in a database. Well, there you go. So if we do it like this table, it's now kind of cool, I think. It has like some cool metadata. If we were to try and put this inside user, that would be a problem because now we put it inside user and that forces us that whenever a user changes their password, it forces us to bump up the updated date time, which we don't want to because in terms of delta updates from a client perspective, if another user changes their password, you don't need to update there. Like that's private information. It's not information that should come to you. So splitting it off as a separate table, it's actually not a bad idea once you start looking at it from this perspective. Okay. Um, what else? I think this is the schema that I want to have. Now, does this need to have an index on anything other than this? Not really, at least for now. So this stays as is. The next thing that we need is to change the seed queries because now adding a user is slightly different. So where's the seed stuff? Seed stuff. So this user, yeah, we're passing. Oh, this is bad. I think, yeah, we never run this query. We never run this query because this is not gonna succeed. We are passing down 3 arguments and there's 5 placeholders. So this was never gonna work. Oh man. Okay, so delete user. What's their handle? What's gonna be the deleted user handle? Deleted. Then what is gonna be their password? We don't care anymore. Then what is gonna be the admin handle? That's what we were given, and the password is not in here anymore. We have to write down the admin ID. Guess we can put it here because we're going to use it here, and then we're going to use it for another query where I don't think we're going to need the comp time print. This is going to be passwords. Insert into passwords values. It's going to be admin ID. And then it's going to be, we said ID updated. Updated is going to be, I guess, 0 for now. Then IP null, and then the password hash, which is for us Question mark. What about deleted user? Do we give a password to deleted user? Huh. What if we didn't give a password to deleted user? IPs can be coerced to numbers by which spell? What do you mean by which spell? If you think about it, every section of an IP, let's say IPv4, every section of an IPv4 IP is a byte. It's a number that goes from 0 to 255. So that's one byte, then a second byte, then a third byte. You can also like combine them and make one 3-byte number, for example. Sorry, and then there's also a fourth one, so it's four bytes. So it's a 32-bit number. What password do we give to the deleted user? Empty string. Why not? So admin ID is a question mark now. And then this is going to be password str. There we go. So this is now okay. The next thing is the next thing is the query that loads users now is going to fail the server one. So that's going to be in run, because we do talk about PSWD. What's it called? Well, if we search for a hash, will we find what we're looking for? We might not. Wait. All right. I'm dumb. We're not loading users here. We're loading users in we are loading users in in it is still in run, I think. No, it's in database. It's like get user by login, I think. Yeah, get user by login. This is where we're getting users, and here is password hash. Huh. Unfortunately, now it's different. This is unfortunate because this is where we put password hash. I wonder if this works from users. This needs to become a multi-line thing. Join passwords on shit. We're doing it by handle equals something. Can we do users.id equals? We can do it, right? Because it doesn't have to be the thing that we on users.id equal password.id. Maybe. Well, time to find out. Okay, so this is running, but actually we haven't updated the database. Oh no, we did migrate the database. Wait, this does migrate the database on startup, although it's not saying anything about doing so. But if we do SQLite 3, not this one, but awebo.db, select dot schema. We have the updated schema. No, we don't. I thought that Matt had the schema migration stuff implemented. Whatever. Remove awebo.db. Start the server again. Right, we need to do init first. Near delete syntax error. On delete cascade not null. On delete set null. On delete cascade. Run. No, init. On delete cascade, we put not null afterwards in other cases. Although I'm not sure if that makes any difference. Okay, when processing passwords index is 0. Hmm. hmm. On delete cascade not null. Let me double check that on delete cascade does what I think. What I think it does is that it deletes these row when the thing that it references is removed and not the other way around. I mean, that is the only way that this thing would make sense in my mind, but you know, you never know. So let's double check. Create table. Where's the on delete stuff? It's not explaining this in this thing. Search cascade. On delete and on update actions. Restrict. An application is prohibited from deleting or modifying a parent key when there exists one or more child keys mapped to it. Oh, interesting. Cascade. Yeah, okay. And a delete or an update operation of the parent key to each dependent child key. For an on update cascade action, it means that the values stored in each dependent child key are modified to match the new parent key values. Oh, in case that you allow modifying the key. That is cool. Okay, so this works as I expected. That's good to learn. Now, why is this a problem? Do I put primary key afterwards? Oh, you know what? That might be. I think that might be it. Processing query password index 0. Trading comma. Man, SQL is delightful. Unique constraint failed users.id. Well, shit. Unique constraint failed users.id. Oh, that was dumb. ID created. Yeah, of course. The first thing is ID. Fatal error near semicolon syntax error. Training comma again. Fatal to be error, no such column empty. Oh, double quotes are apparently reserved for columns. Oh, this is not what I wanted to do. Okay, so we initialize the database. So Zig build server run. Okay, so what are we doing right now? Where we moved the password stuff to a separate table. Okay, now we're testing the login query. Will it blend? The answer is no. We're stuck because we crashed. DB error. No such column password hash. Fuck. That is in database. Get user by login. Oh shit. Wait, there's this first. Wait a second. There's the first query. Wait, it turns out that it actually everything works out by itself. There's no need for joining anything because we fetch it first. Select password hash from passwords. Oh, but here we're indexing my handle. But you know what? That is something that we can do. We could index passwords by handle instead of by ID. Select password hash handle from um, users join passwords on users.id equals passwords.id. Would this work? Client authenticated successfully as Christoph. So wait, this worked? Wait, there's something sus now though. Oh yeah. No, there's nothing sus. We actually improved this query. Crazy. So this works. But why did the client crash? DB error, unique constraint failed, users.handle. So here what is happening. When we logged in, we got information about our own user. and we were not doing an upsert. We were doing an insert, apparently, or something like that. Host 89. Oh, here we're saying, what if there is a conflict on ID? And it turns out that this is a conflict on handle. How do we say there is a conflict on either? How do you say on conflict? The on conflict clause. No, that's not the right page. SQL syntax, upsert. On conflict, index column, comma, index column, where expression. So ID, comma, handle. Is it an or? It has to be an or, right? No. On conflict clause does not match any primary key or unique constraint. Wait. Don't tell me it's like this. Please tell me this is not right. Oh no, that's how it's supposed to be done, bro. Or not. This is also fucky. Some things are fucky now. Is this HTMX? HTMX? What do you mean? What even is HTMX? There's no browser in what we are doing. This is a native application. It looks bad, but it's a native application. Um, so things are going out of whack. Things are going a little bit out of whack. Just a tiny little bit out of whack. So, how do we diagnose exactly what's going on? What's going wrong? Well, one thing that we can do is start from afresh. Let's remove cache. Let's see what happens on first connection. Oh, there we go. We crash with a foreign key constraint failed on host 92. Foreign key constraint failed. Foreign key constraint failed. Oh, I think I know what it might be. We need to look at the schema. Let me think about it for a second. I think we need to look at the schema that we are using in the client. So the schema is present in host, maybe. No. Where do we put the schema? The schema is in Man, we got a very shitty place where we put this stuff temporarily, and now I don't remember where it is. In any case, host 92 is what's failing. So host 92, so it's this. Maybe we want to avoid handle if there's a conflict on handle, or maybe that is fine. No, I think that the constraint that we're not respecting is has to do with invited by. That is my guess. I think I messed that up. Let's take a look at server init when we seed this information. Here we're saying that admin has been invited by admin or by deleted user. Let's look at the table. Invited by is right before power. It's this one. Like this. Uh, what are we doing wrong here? I need to look at the client definition. So where's the client definition? Here. Text unique note null. Invited by references users not null. Oh, you know why this is failing, I think? Is it because it's a transaction? Foreign key constraint failed. If only it told me what constraint it's failing. What if invited by was just a typeless column? This server can stay. Now it works. Okay, messages are borked. So we borked something regarding messages. They worked earlier. I don't know why they stopped working now. And we are failing that constraint. I think we are failing that constraint because of the transaction semantics. Hmm. How do we deal with that? I'm not sure how to deal with that stuff. I think I'll have to do that in a bit. Like I'll have to take some time and think about it offline. So it seems to me that we're trying to do a transactional insert, and a transactional insert is failing some constraints because you know what? I guess we can test if it's the transaction stuff or not. So here's what we can do: we restore this, and then we go in here, and we disable the transaction. And now I want to see if this is gonna work. Motherfucker. It's the transaction. Let me double check. No, it's not the transaction. Okay, never mind. It's not the transaction. If that were the case, then the server would also fail to insert those rows, but it doesn't. The server uh, is able to add them without any issue, which is curious. Like the corresponding server query runs without any problem. In here, when we seed the initial data, oh no, yeah, 0 invites itself, deleted user invites itself, admin invites itself by copying the same, by using the same admin ID value, and this works. This stuff gets added in the server. Hmm. I'm honestly confused. Why does the client poop itself when attempting the same? Oh, well, the client is trying to do an upsert, to be fair, right? Because the client is running an upsert query. Mm, this is in host. The client is running a different query. Oh shit, that's on me. I think we solved the mystery. That wasn't me, or close to. No field name invited by in a Awebo user. What do you mean? It's in here. Oh, we never saved this file. What happened? Invited by. Oh, invited by. God damn it, man. Foreign key constraint failed. Wait. Remove cache. Let's start fresh. Okay. Foreign key constraint failed. That should not be the case. Let's double check everything. One is user ID. Created, updated roles. Invited by power handle display name empty string. Um, and yet, so I get why this would be trouble before, but now it should work. Log.debug uh, upsert New user. There's no log. std.log.debug, I guess. Don't tell me there's no std. Yes, there is an std. Does user not have a format? User doesn't have a format function. Okay, I'm gonna steal the one from message. I'm gonna move these up temporarily so we can see what we have. ID skip create updated. Let's do invited by. Handle. Display name. Let's do power. Okay. Appsert user one invited by 0. Oh, this is wrong. This is not invited by 0. Okay, so we were fitting this because we were trying to. Why are we fucking this up? We're fucking this up in the server then. In the server, there's a query. It's inside host sync. It's inside get user by login, I think. Yeah. Okay. Too many things that I didn't like that I left as a placeholder thingy. What's your problem? Expected U32 found in sorry, intcast. Missing server name. I think this server is not. I'm sussed out. Load data. Oh, you know what's wrong? It's in server run. No, server doesn't load users. This is the only place where we do this. So, 。 So they should rebuild the server. Why is this not rebuilding the server? This is not rebuilding the server. That is a problem. That is a big problem. Okay, now it says missing server name. We're still saying that Christoph was invited by 0. Okay, maybe it's me going insane. Let's go like 3 Awebo. Select star from users. No, we're saying that select invited by handle from users. Christoph was invited by 1. So the server database contains the right information, but it seems that the server is giving us the wrong answer. But the problem is that it shouldn't, because we should be using metaprogramming. We should be serializing everything via metaprogramming. This invited by equals 0 is sussing me out. Oh, you know what? Let's take this out. We failed to initialize it somewhere. That's what it is. Show me where we don't initialize this stuff. Inside database itself. 396. Oh, wait. Am I dumb? Get user by login. What was I looking at? I was looking at something else, thinking that I was in here. God damn it, man. Yeah. In fact, I was going insane and it was just something so dumb. Right, restart again from scratch. Okay, now we're fine when it comes to users. We have still regressed messages somehow, and we have worked starting from an existing database. Or not. It seemed that we used to, and now we don't anymore. Now it's fine. Maybe the problem before was a side effect of what was going wrong. Now, why are we not seeing messages? Let's try to understand why we're not seeing messages. So SQLite 3 cache web blah blah blah. Select star from messages. Empty. Select star from channels. So we have channels. But we don't write messages. How comes? This was working up until very recently. Oh, I know why. Because I'm a moron. We don't see messages because I deleted the database, the server database. And so there are literally no messages right now. Okay. Good crash. Did we actually send it successfully before crashing? Yes. So we basically crashed on the confirmation on the way back. Host from host one got chat message new. Yeah, we were trying to save this new chat message that we received, and that pooped it. PetaDB error foreign key constraint failed. Channel equals 0. Author equals 0. Author equals 0 is correct. Channel equals 0. That, my friend, is not correct. So what's happening is that we are failing to pass around the channel ID. I'm fairly confident because if I do this, oh fuck me, this channel has ID 0. This channel should not have ID 0. These IDs are wrong. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. These IDs are completely wrong. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why are we failing? And I know they're wrong because if I do SQLite on the server database, uh, oh no, you know what? Maybe 012 is fine. It's 234. Wait, what is going on? Am I fucking this up like 360 degrees? Init. What's in channels? First thing is a primary. Oh, there we go. Okay, so here's the problem. These are database schemas that I needed to update to the new one. ID is an integer primary key ascending. It is not auto increment because we have to provide it manually. And so when it's the first thing. So when we do this thing, this, that's how it is. There we go. So this is where the IDs go. So that's one thing for sure. Let's look at the client version of this. Yes. Okay. Okay, let's see what happens if we start then now again. Channel ID 234, yes. Hmm. I should print also. You know what? I think the client should also print whenever it loads like channels and stuff so that we can see what's going on. Oh wait, we do have a loaded channel. Wait a second. We don't even have to do std.log. So we should see in here this stuff. Yeah, loaded channel ID 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so far so good. Now this fails though because foreign key constraint failed, but this is fine now. Channel equals 2. When I'm creating a new message, author equals 0. What foreign key constraint did fail there, man? Let's take a look at the query. 125, I guess. ID, origin, channel, author body reactions, message ID, message origin. We should print these values. Absurd. Panic attempt to use null value. Get author ID. How did this? How did it crash on me doing that? Oh, because it means that we have a message saved that has an ID that doesn't exist. What? How? Our owner invited by 1. Handle Christoph. User ID 1. I guess this author ID field must be garbage. Deserialized message. ID to origin, whatever. Author 0 text 1. Author 0. Author 0 is wrong. Author 0 is correct when that means that it's from the banned user, from a banned user, but it's not from a banned user. Okay, so I have some more places where I'm not passing these arguments around as I should. God damn it, man. So it seems that it's the author the problem. If we start from a fresh database, we should see some information maybe. Deserialized message author 0. Insert into messages. Push new. Okay, so I need more logging to see where I'm doing this wrong. Also, you know what? Wait a second. Here's what we can do. Message. Okay, author doesn't have a default value. these are all the places where I'm setting author. If we load the server, what's going to say about messages? It's going to say that it has author 0. So we save this message as having author 0 in the server. So the server is doing wrong bookkeeping for sure. So there's a new message or message new thing somewhere. Chat message new. Origin channel message. Let's see. Chat message send request. Author is client authenticated question mark. Are we like setting authenticated to 0 instead to a proper value? This returns an Awebo user. This is done in run. You get user by login. What do we put in user not authenticated? Oops. Well, what do you know? So this now works. We do load. It works. Okay. So progress indeed. Progress indeed. Um, it's full of stupid errors like this. That's on me. I need to start cleaning this stuff up. I need to start some of this is fine. Like this last one was kind of reasonable. I think some of the previous mistakes that I had is because I have too much code duplication. I'm on it. I'm on it. I know that I need to do more code sharing so that we don't have like duplicated queries and whatnot. I think that the fact is like the stuff that um that I'm having trouble the most with, which is not a big deal. It's just a matter of like getting used to it. Is that we went from there is one serialization path, serialization slash deserialization path, which is from server to client whenever you're doing host sync, and from client to server whenever you're sending like a copy of a message that the client is requesting the server to acknowledge as sent. Uh, so like you type a message, press enter, client serializes that message in a request to the server. The server then says okay, and then does a fan out of notifications to tell other connected clients there's a new message. That was it. Now there is database serialization because whenever you receive a new message, and same with other resources, the thing has to get written to the database. This happens in the server and also in the client. And then you have the startup procedure where the server loads up and loads this information from the database. So it does serialization, deserialization from the database. And then the client also does the same. So what previously was a one-dimensional aspect of serialization, now it's two-dimensional. There's another dimension. There's in a sense, the wire dimension and then the database dimension. They share many things, but not everything. So I need to make sure to find a good home for all these pieces of things so that it's not super foot gunny to touch them. Okay. Uh, in terms of committing, like how far along are we? What else would I want to do before committing? Hmm. I think I would try to find a better place to the client database stuff. More specifically, these tables stuffed in here. That's a bad idea. These load data implementation stuffed in here. I think that's a bad idea. Yeah. See you later, Diablo. I think it's time for me to go as well. I'm getting tired. We did a bunch of work. Like it's been a 4 hour long stream, so not the longest stream that I ever did, but we did work in the meantime. Holy cow! So I'm gonna wait a little bit before committing these new changes, but probably I'll commit them either later today or tomorrow morning. And yeah, once this is done, then now we can start worrying about proper Delta updates. Now it's time to start working on what's described in this document. I would say first we make sure to implement this correctly. Then I would say that to support message editing in the update procedure, I think I would want to first implement message editing. Right now we don't even have a way of editing a message right now, so we would want to implement the functionality first, and then we make sure that the synchronization primitives deal with it correctly. But we're getting to that point, which is pretty good. So with this being said, thank you all for hanging out, and you know what? I think I'm gonna take it easy, not rate anybody, just call it a day. See you all tomorrow with some more Awebo development. And we're getting real fast close to something usable. Bare bones, ugly as fuck, still super incomplete, but usable. So, looking forward.